Hi. For those of you watching live, I would like to apologize for the approximately 10 minutes of nothing. Unfortunately, I still don't know how to use the automatic add thing to a convenient degree. But ignoring that little hiccup on the, live side of things, we're back and things are normal. Check it out. The factory is alive with sounds and lag. Big stuff happened last time, and like 2 things happened since then. But major event. Clean room. And using our newfound clean room powers, we have invented the concept of processors and have been able to make a lot of gas generators to use throughout the factory. You may recall I had 8. I put down 1. Where are the other 3? Well, I did a little off-stream building for like 4 minutes. I just put these 4 generators together. They're all wired together so that we are getting 4 amps of medium voltage power into the clean room. And then I made this gigantic pipe and tunnel that takes benzene in all the way from our good old storage tank up here. Bad news is, of course, this thing is now nearly empty because I stole all the benzene. It's now sitting inside the pipe. 7 buckets per tube. Which is good, because it means we have benzene, but it's bad because it means that we no longer have an accurate record of how much benzene we have. And it's only going to get worse, because I will be stealing more fuel and power in order to sort of re-correct things I do over here. Like this can just be an offshoot of the combustion works, right? Let's check that. For benzene. No, just gas turbines. In that case, I guess we keep the creosote tube. But at the very least, the rest of it's powered by the classic benzene. And now that we have 4 extra generators, we can use it to power our great designs. And terrible designs, too. So what do we want to do? I think that our first priority should be something important, but simple. And I think I can't think of a better option than our glowstone extraction farm. With the power of extracting glowstone, we shall be able to make infinite gold and infinite redstone. The infinite gold being pretty important as a resource going forward. Question is, now we have to deal with logistics. Where do we put it? How do we process? I don't think the glowstone needs to be that large of a farm. It might have to be. But maybe just regular dirt, 1 layer. Even using regular soil even. As for where we put it, we kind of need to make some expansions onto the factory as a whole. So my proposal is that we put it here. Just another plot of farmland next to the tree farm. I don't even know if we need the advanced crop farm for this, because it won't be as big, I don't think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we do water layer 1, 2, 3, 4, hypothetical crop manager would go here. And then we go from there. I think that's reasonable. I also think I somehow lost my lumber axe in the war. I don't even know what war, but I lost it. Go in the toolbox, it's not here. Go in the armor box, it's not here. Go in the other toolbox. Oh, there it is. Right, it was the shovel that I probably never made, but lost anyway. Gotta do some landscaping. I don't expect today to be particularly intensive. We made a lot of technological advancements the past few streams, and now we need to take a moment to recollect our sanity and make sure our logistics is up to par with what we're trying to do. Fortunately, this means I gotta remove my rubber tree. Farm. Orchard. Okay, let's see. Is it important that I keep the torches nearby? Yes, they can spawn on the farm itself. So that means we might need to have another security buffer just to make sure they can't. So maybe a regular block of normal water, 1, 2, 3, 4. Which means crop manager will go here, not there. Some of the more junk in the inventory here for a bit. A lot of cleanup. I think it's appropriate that we had a clean room, and now we are cleaning the everything else. Symbolically, it makes a good bit of sense. So, dirt, water. Let's relocate the gardens. I know I still haven't done the axe quest yet, and probably won't unless I really get sick of the sandwich factory. But even then, I want to make sure that the gardens are available, that we have a decent supply, that we can get to them if/when we want to make that change. Water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up. That's our corner case. One, 2, 3, 4, there. 3, 4, there. One, 2, 3, 4 here. Ah, excellent. We can put the torch even lower then. It's possible this might be overkill for the glowstone. We can only process it so fast with medium voltage centrifuges, taking 50 seconds per 4 plants. I think this grew and then broke, and that's the sound I heard. Okay, area is almost clear. Let's take out some of these extra trees on the side. Make sure there's no shadows. Make sure that the way is clear. And then, because I think they cause weeds, let's get rid of the grass block nearby. Just to make absolutely certain there's no funny business. All business that shall be had here will be completely serious. This is a lie. Business will be incredibly silly. Don't tell the investors that. They might get scared away by the concept of fun and joy. Look at all this lunchbox I'm not utilizing. Put those in there. Looking good. Looking like we can move on to phase 2. Phase 2 is fill in the water. How do we make this stuff again? Seed oil, dirt, and sand. What if we do want to use this stuff? Ominous. Doesn't require nearby water. Crops won't break when you fall or run on it. Unlike wizard farmland, it doesn't contribute to your humidity stat or speed up after 2 crops. Grow sprinklers, etc. Maybe it's worth it. How much do we need? Certainly not as much as last time. In fact, how about we just start the farm by using as much of it as we can get away with. There, I made it look like a little glowing spark. I think that's thematically appropriate for the glowstone. Thinking about how to power this thing. Maybe we do go with the solar power tech, panel tech. But I just realized, is this thing taking water? No, it's hitting the pipe. So the pipe is protecting it. Alright. Might be useful to know. It can farm up to 2 blocks above itself. So what if we put the machine there, and then we have the room under it to sort of provide power into the sides and take out on the sides. And then this part above can be dirt. Okay. At the very least, let's get some of the plant moved over. Or alternatively, let's take them from the extractor before it's done extracting. We were not very fast. And then we'll make... I thought I heard the sound of a fire extinguishing, which made me worried that something started a fire. Oh! You can't! You can't grow these on these! But what if we add the crop? What if we add the official legal item known as a crop stick to this? Will that let you grow it? And does this provide any meaningful improvement? You can't. Okay, so abort this plan. We gotta go back to the original plan. For the best, really. Okay, so then how the water goes on the outside then? That's how that'll work. Looking for 24. Why do I only have 14? Did I put 10 away? I hope so. I did. Okay, we got anything that's worth killing? I guess so. Oh, and then that means that I need the poor self again. Let's get the water in so that the ground doesn't dry itself up and destroy itself. Up. One here. One here. One here. By one. Excellent. I guess we'll still cover it up with dirt. We'll get to that. Any more of the plant I can forward over? No, they're all still growing. Made the mistake of harvesting them too soon. I'm trying to grow the economy, not get glowstone. Fool that I am. Is the centrifuge at least the one operational? No, this is the chemical bath. But we can swap them out. Alright, off you go. Get more gold. I'm a fool. Hold on a second. We turn them into seeds and then we grow them. Does that mean I could use this stuff? I've forgotten how plants work. We could have totally used that stuff. Okay. Okay, we're reverting back to the original instance of this plan. Okay, technically instance 2. Now I'm curious if the crop sticks will work. And if so, why I would bother. Oh. I don't know if I'm cut out for this farming thing. I don't seem to be very good at it. Okay, well that's confirmed it does not work. Crops will not be involved in this process then. One mystery solved at least. That said, we're gonna need to get some seed oil. What's the best source of seed oil? I don't care what the best source of seed oil is in general, I just care what source of seed oil I have. Bunch of seeds. Lettuce, cucumber, cashews, tomato in that list? Probably. Not that the details matters all that much. How do we get the seed oil out? Fluid extractor. Okay. And these seeds. And just to measure, how much does 50 give us? Oh, 3 each. And to make this garden soil, we need 5 each. So doing it in batches of 3 is probably for the best. I'm just going to get a stack of dirt, a stack of sand. And then we'll just add seed oil to taste. Assembler is circuit setting 2. I don't know if we should use the... How's the speed on that? 8 seconds? Yeah, it's fine. We'll use the regular assembler. We don't need overclocking. But we do need space for the fluid. So if we need According to my math, we only need 320 seed oil, which would be 100 and a little bit of seed. We put in 50. So let's put in another 50. Plus a little bit. That should be enough. Once I put in the cucumber seeds, I'll let it run for a bit, and I'm going to look at some of the quests in high voltage, as they're new and exciting. Look at it all. This whole sector is blocked behind us getting to the moon. We got to go to the moon tab for that one. So that basically is a quarter of high voltage stuff. High voltage assembler makes high voltage energy hatch to go up to whatever the next tier is. Extreme voltage, it seems. Data sticks, NOR and NAND. Super precision lasers. Ah, then you go to the NOR and NAND. NAND is useful for data sticks and orbs and UV circuits. NOR chips are needed for data orbs and move circuits. Got NAND and NOR wafers. Oh, just worry about the data sticks for now. They want me to make data sticks. They're very important for seismic prospecting and for the assembly line in the louvage. Interesting. In order to do that, we need the NOR NAND. So our goal is this way. The processor assembly circuit, which will then get us to the processor assembly. And the processor assembly is made out of the processors we made before, some inductors and capacitors and RAM. And that turns them into high voltage. And from there, we get to EV circuits. But it needs blue alloy. Oh. Hello. Okay, 324 is enough seed oil. We will make the good dirt. Question is, I don't know if a stack, 2 stacks is enough. It'll be enough. Especially if we do the reduced size area, that'll be enough. All we gotta do. May as well let it run. May as well start planting more. I haven't done a lot of agriculture. I just made a bunch of piles of soil off in the middle of the river. Not even irrigated, I just planted them there. But now we're getting into the proper crops and yields and stuff. 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we can now square this out. Looking good. More dirt should be ready. And if we're only making one layer, this will be plenty. So we'll fill in this layer, and then, I guess, work on the machine parts of this as we wait for the crops to grow and expand. And we know we don't need the water anymore because we can use these specialty dirts. And I will override them as we need. But I do think it was nice that we got this little torch border here. Make sure that they can't spawn here. Because unlike Tilt Dirt, these are still full blocks. Frankly, it's their one weakness. Built an entire perimeter, used exactly 32. I have only 32 left. That will not be enough. So we'll restock with the rest of the dirt. I don't know how important the glowstone line will be. I know we're using gold, and I know redstone is a very inefficient way to get chrome. It may be necessary. Oh, no, you don't. No spontaneous flooding of the factory. That could have been... No, it would have fallen into that hole. That would have been fine. But if we don't have to use water, then that's just a nice safety improvement. For the lights. The torch is back one here. One there for safety. These need to go up one. Nice. One more batch of glowstone from here, and then we'll start working on the technical components. Do these emit light? I don't think so. We can test it. Ah, they do. Okay, what's this light level? 14 versus a torch's 13. They're actually better than torches. I think I should keep that in mind. With the downside that they can only be planted where plants can be planted. Good for populating an outside space like this. Torches would still be better for caves. Alright, technical stuff. The machine is going to require 4 physical objects. Well, 4 physical machines. A medium voltage gas generator, which is to say this advanced gas turbine. a transformer to get it to low voltage. This centrifuge, I'm sorry, it will take 5 things. The things I already said, and a crop manager. It's been a while since I made a crop manager. Let's see, 2 electronic circuits, 2 robot arms, a sensor, some steel sense blades. We could go to medium voltage, but I don't think that helps. It just makes it larger and have fortune on it. Pick the low voltage. Ooh, input hatch. That's a little pricey. So, quite a bit of steel. Already have the circuit supply for it. We don't need any more. Plenty of motors for the components here. Focus on the steel then. Let's see here. Hull 1. Hull 2. Piston 1. Piston 2. Turn those into robot arms. Turn those into robot arms. Double it because we need 2 arms for each. And then what's the cost of a sensor? 4 more plate, and we will need 1 of those. The sense blades are 3. No, wait, that is... Okay, no, yeah, that is steel. So I am not holding enough steel. And we are out of steel. Great. Fortunately, we can get more steel. Here it is. Wait, what? Why am I holding this? I didn't break anything. Oh, I did. There you go. All right, start bending this out. Frame 1, frame 2, piston, piston, sense blade, sensor. 30. Very good. Oh, I greatly overproduced seed oil because I thought, right, okay, yeah. I got 8 dirt per craft, not 1 dirt per craft. So I made nearly 8 times the amount of seed oil I required. That's funny. Spare polyethylene, I may as well. Overkill to do it in an advanced assembler, but what's taking double the energy to do it really do for us? Answer's basically nothing. Fancy dirt back. All these new logs can be put away. Not the sword. That fast? Take all the tin cable, we're going to need it for the subcomponents. Take 2 of these, we're going to need them for the... Oh, we're going to need a lot more than that. 12. Is twice as much as I need. Sensor doesn't take anything, it's just circuits, brass rods, and Certus quartz. So, do I have Certus quartz? Not in gem form, but I can make it in gem form. I can... Oh, this is silver. What? You're the Certus quartz. Sorry, they looked similar. We could smelt it out. Forge hammer is even more better. One, please. Brass, though. We have one! Splendid. I took the circuit chest and put it in the clean room, so we need to go extract the circuits from there. And hello. So it takes 2 on the outside. Each arm's gonna take 1. And so is the sensor. Onion. Oh, you're busy now. Plates already. If I can make certain parts of it, I may as well make the certain parts of it. Sense Blade's going to require a hammer and file. Well, I do have a hammer. Do I have a file? No. Maybe I should get like a toolbox for my tools in a box. Let's see, file. Look at that. Hammer. Sense Blade 1, Sense Blade 2. Good. Put them in there for now. Take these out. Set up the craft here. Machine hulls are now circuited. One of these needs to be an input hatch. Input hatch is a tank and polyethylene on circuit setting 1. No way around it? No way around it. We need a tank. Where am I going to find a tank? It's a gold tank. Do I have any spare tanks lying around? Answer is no, and if I did, I probably upgraded them to gold. Wait! That's a gold tank as well. I think I took every tank I had and upgraded them to gold. What about the chlorine tank? Yeah, that's gold too. Well, I guess I have no choice. I guess I have to make a BC factory style tank. Strengthened glass is glass, saltpeter, and tin. I'm guessing that's 6 glass worth of glass. While obsidian glass, which is the other option, is thickened glass, which is clear glass, which is this glass. Or it's just regular glass in there. Complicated process. And how much of the stuff do I need? Just the one. What if I do this? Works. The obsidian dust comes from here. Alloy smelter. Ooh, red alloy. Now we just need a pair of iron rings. As a medium voltage craft, we will need the fluid solidifier. How full are you on stuff? You are full on stuff. Not for long. Chemical bath. I'm already holding the fluid solidifier. Go pick up the ash from earlier. There. That up. That there. Good. No iron. Iron? No iron. Iron? No iron. Iron. Ooh, we can make a lot of rings out of one iron. Maybe I should make more tanks, just in case. I choose to make the iron rings to exhaustion. Just use the entire iron ingot to make however many rings we get. Okay, so the answer is 4. In that case, I'll make 2 tanks, and it'll be another in the pantheon of even. It's done. Assembling machine is circuit setting nothing. Put the rings, get the glass, and we should be good. Seed oil out, polyethylene in. Circuit setting, oop, nope. Circuit setting 1. Machine hull. And tank. Run out of large steel fluid cells for transporting and holding various liquids. Might have to make one. Input hatch prepared. Just the arms and the sensor now. Let's start with the sensor. Third is quartz. Plate, plate. Sensor. Now we just need to make the arms. We need 2. The first step to making an arm is piston. Gear. Rod. So put plate away. Small gear. Get rod. It's going to be piston arm, piston arm. Then gear. Make the gears first. We should start excavating the air. Oh, that's going to be a minor inconvenience. The area under the glowstone is in part and intentionally where the coke ovens are. Means this won't be trivial. Yeah, here's the exact center. And we don't have an easy way through. Though we also know that this is the last coke oven. Oh. Question is, where exactly is the center here? We know that it's going to be aligned with this, because that's the center here. So we know it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Off by 1. Close enough, though. Now that we have that, everything should be pretty straightforward. We just put the machines down, have them piped up around here. Might be a little difficult to get the benzene piped through. We could just, like, cut across one of the coke spacers. Everything should be good at that point. The rods should be done. Thank you. 2. And the arm, let's just put that in there. 3, 3. 2, 2. 2 of them. 2 of them. Arm. Put the arms in, and there is our crop manager. And we can give it its exact position now. Critically, we got to go up there immediately and put a safety object. I'm going to put glass over it. Good, you can see the plants. Excellent. There's our glowstone farm. Glowstone not included. Now is where we include it. Took us a bit more than a stack and a half of glowstone in order, or a stack and a half of the fancy dirt to fill in this square. So the same could be said for the amount of glowstone we need. But it compounds now. Glowstone begets glowstone. Okay. Problem is this layer is in line with the tin item pipe layer, so we'd have to go one further down to cut through. But that's fine. We're gonna need more pipe. Let's get a big old bucket of polyethylene. Oh, are we? Whoa, 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 what the heck? I did not mean to do that. Also, I did not think this thing was rated for a high enough temperature to deal with wood gas. It is. Okay. Maybe wood tar is hotter, or I was just using bronze fluid pipe because it was the only good fluid pipe we had. Uncertain. Either way, make me a plumbing. The ring, put the gear back. It goes small gear, gear, rotor. Rod's missing in action. Ring, this plate, the rubber duo. One, two, three. This. Now I have to go over to the other side somehow. This is the wrong one. It's that way. There we are. Here we can rise up, bring over here. It's a bit of a walk, but that's fine. Polyethylene is not something that we need to be too worried about running out of. It being a byproduct of our power production, we're not going to run out anytime soon. In fact, one could argue it's clogging the system and I need to be processing it faster. From here, let's elevate it above head level. From alongside the creosote producers, like so. Then we would bring it up along this... Well, okay, actually... If we want to compact this well, we're going to need to put all of the machines up there. Because voltage loss over wire is one of the few things that I can't really stop. So for that to work, we need to make some space. So how do we configure this? Low voltage transformer is going to be in medium voltage to low voltage form, which is what we want. You will output down into the centrifuge, which will then output down into, not the centrifuge, the extractor, which will output down into the centrifuge. So what we want is tin cable. Take it down. Transformer. Let's prepare you first, by the way. Do you not have a dedicated output side? Well, in that case, I'm going to have to give you a conveyor belt. Okay, export mode is good. Once we connect this turbine here, you will be outputting power and you will just be sort of dropping the glowstone down here. I don't want that to happen quite yet, so we'll leave you unpowered. What we now need is an extractor. Basic. Wire, 2 circuits, piston, and pump. Let's get constructing. Need more glass. Ways to make glass, have they improved at all? Electrolyzer makes silicon dioxide dust, which is kind of glass. Fluid extractor, medium voltage, will do it. It's a bit slow. Medium voltage arc furnace, we don't have. Looking for something with the EBF, but no such luck. Fluid extractor it is. And we only need the 2. Ready, pistons, and pump. Each of those will require a motor. I don't think we have any spares of either. It's just conveyor belts. For reasons. 1 motor each. Piston here. Oh. We once again make the piston first. As for the pump, we are going to need rubber rings at the very least. I don't exactly remember everything else in the recipe. I think it's tin rotors and tin screw and stuff. So tin. Rotor. Screw. Oh wait, I'll take out the rotor first. Nothing to it. Nothing for it, I mean. Okay, the pump recipe is bronze fluid pipe is the last remaining ingredient. Little circuit. The U. Rotor, screw. Motor, bronze fluid pipe. It's going to be 3 bronze. Pump. Pump ready. Piston ready. Wire ready. Just the 2 circuits. Taken from the clean room. Extractor complete. First extractor in low voltage. I don't even know where the quest is for that. Probably one of the small ones. I recommend to get one of these as the efficiency in terms of coal steam used to extracting something is a lot better when using EU. Well, guess one, I got one. Okay. Like so. Output will be down, and you will have item auto output. Ah, wait. I'm mistaken on where this goes. It's fine that I use copper cable instead of annealed, even though it's bad practice. They should be ready to go, in theory. I will not activate it just yet, because I want to make sure that we fill out the glowstone farm. If we activate it now, it'll start making the stuff without it making... Like, we would lose the ability to make it larger if we do this. I'm gonna put my bed away. I did put my bed away. I gotta sleep on that, you know? Big harvest soon. Oh, the centrifuge. I should put that here. You done? You look done. That's looking pretty done. Now from here, it's a question of logistics. Do I care or do I uncare? Left unattended, it'll just plop out stuff here. So let's put a chest there to at least hold the stuff. Take one of the spare chests we have in... I'm going to take the chest out of the... Well, one of the 4 chests out of the clean room, because that was overkill. Too far. Like, here's our scrap of various circuit components. We then have here that's holding all of our technical supplies. It's all very inconsistent. Boom. Okay. I could start the machine. We'd lose the ability to use this patch of glowstone as a way to make the farm bigger. So it might be in my best interest to wait. Just let the farm expand a little more. Harvest the crops, keep going. Oh, I am very excited to see the yield. Don't know what kind of yield to expect. In the instantaneous, it'll be none, because the plants need to grow. The long term, it might do pretty good. I just wonder what the bottleneck will be. It'll either be the rate at which the plants grow, or it will be the centrifuges, one glowstone, well, okay, one redstone, one glowstone per 50 seconds. Those are all two of the options. It can't be the extractor. I did the math on the extractor. Can I bone meal this stuff? Just to cut down on my impatience. Where would I find a good source of bone meal? Got the corpse chest. Maybe it's got some bones in it. It does. How do I bone mealify? Include wood ash. Specifically wood ash. How do I get wood ash? You smelt saplings. I can do that. Got a whole bunch of saplings right over here. Any other specialty? It's just hand built. Okay. Any other options? Mixtures can make fertilizer with various meat products. Seems to be it. Macerator will get us 4 bone meal per bone. It's about as good as using 2 wood ash, but I can get a lot more wood ash, so it would be better to do it just regular shapeless crafting with all the wood ash. Once we get our first 8, I'll take that and just leave the rest to smelt. Little seasoning. Nice. Even if there's a bottleneck, I hope that once the centrifuge gets running and everything, it sort of evens out. But I don't know if that'll happen. Everyone's at a middle growth phase except for one individual way over here. How you doing? 14%. That's another 8. And I could always expand this. Make another layer below, and then a third layer below. It would have to be cut off a little bit, because there's not enough space to have those lower layers and the machines in such close proximity, but it's fine enough. Also, hello, Thega. I'm farming glowstone because they're made out of gold. And redstone, but mostly gold. Okay, it's an even mix of redstone and gold, but I'm doing it for the gold. Currently processing some bone meal so that I can fill out the farm and then turn it on. Nothing should have changed. Same as always. So I will say I am not the greatest expert on consistency. And audio quality scares me. I don't know how to do it. That's a good thing, I guess. Let's hope it stays like that for a little while. Until it spontaneously doesn't anymore. You are. Uncontested Hillmaster. Once all the glowstone is ready, we can begin the farming. If I'm getting most of the glowstone I'm replanting from the first farm, though, I guess I don't need to wait on this one. But I've made a choice and I'm committing to it because if I rethink of my decision, it'll just stall for time. But we don't want to stall for time, that would just waste time. We want to use that time getting glowstone. Almost done. I'm gonna say like maybe 10 or 20 more and we should be good. Which is to say 1 or 2 more batches of bone meal. The labor. Guess I'm doing it here. That was not a good yield. Fortunately, we have natural yield over here. And it just about makes up for it. Just about. Eight more to go. You didn't miss anything. I've just been hauling glowstone seeds from one plot of land to the other. Eight more to go before we reach saturation, and then I'll turn the farm on. It is, it is. Hopefully, you'll be able to watch it in the VOD and not have lost or missed out on it. Secret critical information never before known in those seconds. 1%, 7, 86. There's an 86er here. And with one final stack of bone meal, we are ready. Prepare to activate the farm. The planting is complete. Time for process. Technically, we have to wait till the plants actually grow for anything to process, but the machine will be allowed to process now. In 3, 2, 1, go. A very exciting nothing is happening. Open up a... Oh, wrong. Open up a path. I have this glow flower already. Put that in the machine. And we can at least prove that this part works. Very good. Good. It's working. Okay, that was the power. I thought it turned on again, which would prove that the crop manager was managing the crops. Great. Looking forward to this being working. Every time I look here, that box is full. This barrel is full. We should maybe make a processor for all of these saplings. Because eventually that's going to fill up this barrel and the entire machine's going to clog. What can we do with saplings? Particularly spruce saplings, though I'm fairly certain they're generic. We can connect them together into a wicker bundle, which could be used to make bloodied wicker bundle, which is a fuel source. So that's a fuel source, this is a fuel source. That's a fuel source. Rainforest oak's just a different tree. And we can't really do shaped crafting easily. Smelting the wood ash is what we just did to make the fertilizer. Wood ash can be applied with other stuff to make a growth medium. And is an ingredient in some witchery stuff. It's a fuel source as well. Mana, infusion, crucible, arcana, DNA, extractor, carpenter from assembler. We can make nature's compass, but I can't imagine us wanting to mass produce that. Woodcutting core, maybe, but that's Steve's carts. We're not really doing cart stuff. Plant ball, however, compelling. Brewery makes biomass also compelling. Trigo Simulator is just growing the plants, which we're already doing. Macerator makes wood pulp, which is useful. Lathe for stick and wood pulp. So biomass. We can ferment it. We can distill it into ethanol. Intriguing. Ethanol. Ethanol, seed oil, biodiesel, glycerol. Ethanol, you can split it into water and ethylene. Sulfuric acid and ethanol makes this. Diluted sulfuric acid. Autoclave can sterilize a petri dish. Okay, going back to the biomath idea then. Biomath. Biomathematics. We can take it, make hempcrete powder. Ferment it, assemble it into hempcrete as well. Mix it into a bio ball. Autoclave it into raw biofiber if you have biomass already. Also brew it into biomass is another option. The autoclave into raw biofiber option is interesting because it means that we can get bioorganic mesh, which is another way to get carbon fiber. Or I guess carbon mesh. Not really carbon fiber, but, you know, it's carbon. And then from there you can do all of the carbon mesh stuff. Like tape. It's mostly tape. Carbon plate, however, is an important ingredient in solar panels as well as other vaguely high-tech material. Nanosuit stuff, reinforced glass. So I guess it's worthwhile. We'd have to awkwardly split it such that some of it makes biomass, some of it makes bio ball, or plant ball, or whatever it was called. And then recombine it at a proper ratio in order to make the autoclavian. How are you handling? I can't really check your progress except to see if you've made more material or not. And I can always grease the wheels. But the moment one full cycle of harvesting happens over there, that should just fix itself up. And then I'll have a real good idea at the rate we're making stuff. I know that our fuel situation is looking pretty bad, but that's mostly because a lot of the benzene is in the pipes. I don't think it actually harvested anything yet, which concerns me. Hopefully that is enough to supplant and provide for how much gold we need, because we will need gold. If we're careful, we won't go through gold that fast, but we will go through gold. Okay, next up is what? We could do this quest a little bit. Just save some small coils. It's really cheap. Best recipe we have available to us would be steel ring, fine annealed copper, polyethylene in a medium voltage assembler equals 1 small coil. However, I think we should tidy up the factory right now. The whole thing's kind of a mess. And if we're going to want to scale up all the things we're doing, we want it to not be a mess. We also have more gas turbines we can put so we can have more dedicated medium voltage stuff. And I would very much enjoy having a dedicated fluid extractor solidifier setup. So that's going to be a production task. How about we put it around here? I can dolly some things out of the way. Can't dolly that. We could maybe make like a small material processing sector right here. Nothing too fancy, just get the fuel running. Up, up. Finally take the solidifier and extractor, put them on their own dedicated lines. Extractor, solidifier, here is the chest that holds the intel. So now we can put whatever material we need in here. What's the item holder cover? Soldering alloy steel plate chest. The advanced ones require more commitment. 15 though. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That would be just enough for everything we're holding here. And not everything has to go inside. But I think it would be best if it did. So how about we splurge a little bit, take a spare iron chest, and a stainless steel plate, a very, very precious stainless steel plate, and make an item holder. Antidote. This is our last stainless steel. Oh boy. Setting 1 in the assembler. Take the other empty iron chest from the clean room. Yeah, that'll work. And there, our soldering alloy is missing. Wait, no, that's our distillery. It is missing. If we want to make any more, we're going to need a solid bit of antimony and a solid bit of tin. I believe the ratio is 9-1. We'll be back in a minute. Maybe I should swap over production to pure benzene, just to ease my concerns. The old 9-to-5 switcheroo. It has not been a minute. Meanwhile... yeah, it's done. You now easily fluid extract this, but instead of fluid solidifying it back together... what we really want is to just take it, put it in there, and then steal it, put it in there, and then put it back and pretend we didn't steal any. And in 40 seconds, we'll have an item holder. We'll be able to move all of these over, provided we have the inventory space to make a move of that many items. This place is getting really cluttered. Maybe I should have taken the extra value and moved some of the pipes underground. Item holder. Put that on top of here. A little awkward just facing that way, but whatever. Okay, let's start with the priority items. Rod. Bolt, screw. Rotor, gear, small gear. Then we want to... we will need normal pipe mold for this, unfortunately. My desire would have been to keep that in the small sector, like the low voltage sector, for just polyethylene pipe, but we will need brass tube, steel tube, stainless steel tube for making pumps. Plate, ingot, ring, block, I suppose. When was the last time we used the ball mold for anything? Liquid sodium? You can just turn sodium into a liquid. Add rock salt and get sodium potassium. Alloy blast cellular to make Teflon. Interesting. Sodium potassium can be put in a bucket for no reason. Quicksilver from mercury for Thaumcraft-related reasons. Water into a snowball. Glue into glue. Liquid dyes into solid dye objects. The glass tube, we've mostly evolved beyond the glass tube. Flask. Enriched. Ender pearl, I guess. Rubber ball. Reinforced glass tube. I'm going to say that that's not a priority. Neither are the boots. Maybe the casings are, though. That's pretty industrial. Doot, doot, doot. There we are. We've got our molds in a container. We could make a smaller container, make duplicate molds of the ring and plate to be used in our rubber solidification. Either way, this is a little bit more convenient for us now. And in keeping with something I said I was going to do earlier, I'm moving the advanced assembly machine into the clean room. We've got the space for one more amp, medium voltage, so we can put that there. All of these can now technically run at the same time, even though they usually won't. Mm-hmm. And then we have one more gas turbine from the production that we can use somewhere. Oh, and actually we have two. I think I want to put the chemical bath machine fairly close to the EBF. This is kind of a secret tactical consideration. Since the EBF makes the hot ingots, which are almost exclusively the thing we would want to be chemical bathing. I'm going to move that over here. And hopefully I can get the coolant on the infinite loop it was always capable of being. There's a bucket when I need it. There's a bucket where I need it. Okay. Pick that up. Pick that up. Bring it on over. The pipe will just cut in from over here. I say we do it. Water's here. No, let's make it purely vertical. The water is there. Water. Tank is here. Hold on, I gotta get my crowbar. Move you. Replace you on the bottom. Put you there. I'm already liking how this is congealing. There's the chemical bath. Take that. Chemical bath goes here. Gas generator goes here. We're going to need a pump. Okay. Okay. Step one is we're going to need a pump. We're going to need a screwdriver. Fun. I was taught this trick once before, and now I can teach you it. So first and foremost, input from output side is now allowed. So now this could theoretically bring in fluid. Here's the trick, though. We're going to do the same thing with the tank. Meanwhile, while we're still here, let's get the power required for this machine in and stable. Now let's make that pump. It's overkill to do it with this fluid extractor and solidifier, but I'm going to be doing it with this fluid solidifier and extractor. 5. Then we want to build one rotor and one screw. The rest of the molten tin we can find a home for. Do we still have a tin bucket? We do. Get a place to congeal it. There we go. So that's that taken care of. So tin cable. We need the ring motor and bronze pipe. It's exactly the situation where I'm like, oh no, why'd I bring the ring over here? Motor and bronze. Fluid. And get pipe mold. Excellent. This pump will not be used to construct a machine. It shall instead be used for logistics. What we want to do is put it on the side facing in. We want it to allow input from the output side. And we want it to export into... No, we want it to export. So this one's exporting in, this one's exporting up. So they're flowing into each other. Next. To optimize this for possible automation, and I know it's going to be an awkward case of pipe it around. I'm going to do that. We'll need to screwdriver this again. Allow input from output side. We want fluid auto output. And that's it. Now we put the coolant in. Coolant's in here. Coolant is in. We need a test subject. How about we make some more stainless steel, because we're out. Stainless steel is... Oh, that doesn't require cooling. Okay. Well, I want to make stainless steel anyway, so... Manganese, nickel, iron, chrome. Not too bad now that I see it up close. Manganese, nickel, iron, chrome. Nickel. Iron and chrome. Manganese and chrome. 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 That's a chrome. Iron, chrome, nickel, manganese. Circuit setting 2. I'll be done in 45 seconds. We need that steel. Meanwhile, I guess we could make some more steel solar grade. But I think more importantly is we want to make wools out of this stuff. We'd make more canthal, but that would require chrome we do not have. Meanwhile, what's the space race? It's blocked behind rocket fuel, NASA workbench. We need the mainframe, and we need the high voltage assembler. I kind of skipped a lot of this. But only in terms of the quests. High voltage. We could make the microprocessors. That's going to require more plastic circuit boards. The big problem is sulfuric acid. We don't have a source of that stuff. And as long as we don't, there's very little we can do. We got as much steel as we have. Dust over here. Phosphorus pentoxide. Magnesia. Quicklime. How many fluid cells do we have available for us? Of the regular size. It's like 34? I remember us having 41 at some point. I think that was even before I made the coolant. Where's the rest of it? Not in here. I might have lost it. Might be filled with sulfuric acid right now. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, at least that means that we still have sulfuric acid. This is magnesium was to make magnesia. Raw silicon from silicon dioxide. All right, as one of the possible purification steps, we went with the chemical fluid form. Magnalium. And hot titanium, I guess. Mixer should be done. Stainless steel. Put it into this. Great. Uh-oh. Are you... Oh, the whole thing's clogged. You've been producing for months. We do have a critical wood gas backup. How long have I not been producing fuel? Oh, no. This is not good. Okay. Time to ignore that problem for a little bit. How's this going? Is it going? If I go upstairs and I don't see... and I see full glowstone, I'm gonna be unhappy. I see a full glowstone. What are you doing? Ow. Oh, I'm bleeding because I broke glass with my bare hands. Didn't expect that. Are you getting power? You should be. You're properly in step down mode. This thing should have power. We know it has power because the extractor has power. And yet, I see a crop you are failing to manage. Why isn't this working? Is it because of the conveyor module on that side? If I do that and put it back, does it suddenly start working? Oh no. Can it not harvest this? Oh no, 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 no. This entire theory of doing a thing might not even work. What was the quest that told me about this? I'm suddenly concerned because this says harvests the crop sticks in front of it, which means that it may require that it's a crop stick and not just a random plot on the ground, which is bad. We need to re-verify something. We know power's not an issue, and that means that I can put the conveyor belt back on at the very least and hope that's also functional. But we need to ooh, pain and suffering. This farm would never work. I'm doing research. Okay. All right. Crop manager. Yep. I looked it up. So we may be able to do a substitution. There is a thing called a glow flower that is very, very possible can go on a crop stick. And it can also be extracted 2-to-1 to make glowstone dust. So all we need to do to save the day is find that plant and use it instead of the glow space flower. That's how we live. I don't think I have that, so we might need to quickly go to the Nether to get that. So let's quickly go to the Nether and get that. Okay, the theory of making a glowstone farm is not dead. We just have the wrong material. We can still use the crop manager. We don't have to do any weird thing. It's just a different plant. A different plant that can go on a crop, and we just need to find it. So based on this, it kind of looks like a chandelier. So we're going to look for a chandelier. I don't know where they would be. It might be like below glowstone. Loco should be hating us right now, so we have some leeway. I really should take off the hazmat suit before I destroy it. It'd be a pain to rebuild. I'd rather repair it. So these are the glow space flowers we're using. What we want instead are glow flowers. No space. Where can we find that? Given that it's like a proper plant. Wait, it was something from Biomes Aplenty, I think. And that might be... These aren't giving me any intel. Which makes me think they're not in the Nether Gardens. That's not one of them. There's some kind of plant over there. That's another glow space flower. I'm gonna glide over here to where there's plants. And hope that's indicative of life. Get my sword ready. Don't want to deal with you. I don't see anything this way, and I'm... That's an odd thing to find here, yeah. Hey, Delicious. I'm slow, but I can jump higher. That'd be good for this. Okay, I'm gonna fly over here now. Whoa. Big swarm over there. Not engaging. Just to say I'm not going to engage with it. Okay, just keep on the lookout for more plant-turly stuff. There's some mushrooms. Go over there. That seems promising. Ow. I apologize if I'm not talking much. I'm a little tense. I don't like being in the nether. I'm not a combatant. I'm not good at combat. Okay, there's weird blood plants over there. I remember this place. This is where we got the stuff. I forgot which stuff, but we got it here. Ignis fruit. Probably not a glow flower, but it's hopefully edible. Rude. Ow. The locals are being very rude to me. Stop it. That's the portal down there. Maybe I'm too high for the majority of plant life to exist. Oh. Can't tell if they're still after me or not. Moving, moving, moving. There'll be something. Okay, this is a bit more plant variety. Ow. A lot of glow flowers. Not a lot of glow flowers. Which is to say none. I'll accept just one. Just a single one. I get it. I'm out. That's a new plant. I know what it looks like. So a lot of guesswork is solved. You're an eye bulb. You are a glow shroom. You can be extracted. I don't know if you go on a crop manager. You are from Biomes of Plenty. Whereas the Glow flower is from Pam's Harvest Another. And I think Biomes of Plenty is compatible. Okay, so worst case scenario, we have this. And we'll try and use it on a crop. Maybe I should have brought... I did bring a crop. Did I bring dirt? I did bring a dirt. Well, time to... I can't till the dirt. I didn't bring a dirt tilling device. That's fine. Get the heck out of here. Okay. I'm just gonna floor it. I'm gonna floor it with like a stack of building blocks. Thank you. Let's take a stack of dirt, go back over there. I was flying towards the portal, so that's at least something going for me. Where? Okay, 100 meters that way, a little bit down, I can make a path. Okay, not too bad. It's not heavily guarded, there's not like crazy monsters nearby, I can just go to it and come back. How would one conquer the Nether? How would somebody make it safe? Okay. Go. We're down. Collect our fallen remains from here, I guess. Dunk that. Anything we're missing? I think we're good. Okay, let me do the classic trick here. Oh. Guess that doesn't exist in this version. No, it does. I did it. Dirt. I don't know what that is. Here, another rack. Okay, I think we're good. And we turn that off. Okay, so we get the heck out of here then. Uh-oh. Keep moving, keep moving. Okay. Portal's up there. There's my staircase. That's my ticket out of here. Landing zone's too dangerous. Anything to build with, yes. I'm out. I live. Okay, we have one sample of glow shroom. Can we harvest that? I certainly hope so. Put it on a crop. We'll see what it do. Wear this again. Okay, this crop. And... success. All right, enough of this glow flower nonsense. You are traitors to the cause. There's a quest we did as part of this that gave us bone meal. I want to just take that, but also I want to temporarily rip up the... Calm down, exception. Okay, so new plant, new plan. We just fill it with these. We got the crop sticks for it. We should not put down the crop sticks prematurely. Also, we're going to have to make more, but we have the logs for it. And I ripped up the crop manager because we don't want it to be extracted immediately. We need to propagate this material. Now we need to find where the plants are, where they give us the free bone meal, and use that. I don't exactly know if there is one of those, but I will certainly look. That's just cotton seeds. We want bone meal, maybe in some of the steam age. Or maybe I should check, the forestry quests. Nothing here that I've completed yet that I haven't already claimed the reward for. About fishing, farming, cooking. Gives us crops. Anything that gives us bone meal. No, but plenty of crops. Okay, well, the alternative is that we just wait for this thing to grow. Or we make more bone meal. What am I doing waiting around for a natural solution? We've got industrial solutions. Okay, I'm a little shaken by the problems we faced. But now we can face the solutions to those problems. Speaking of problems, we gotta eat. I'm gonna take all the foods in here that we have not eaten recently and just eat those. Just to get the food variety reinstalled. Benzene production is back at full force. Stainless steel has been produced. Any other foods we got in bulk? How about some peas? Onion slices have refreshed. And between all of this, I'm fairly confident that our sandwiches should have quality to them now. So shame about the glow flower, huh? I had such high hopes for this thing. What am I gonna do with all these? The answer is still use them to make more glowstone, but only manually. Only manually. Let's prepare those crops. What's the recipe for crop? Long stick. 8 of them. How do you make a long stick? Lathe a log. So 2 logs will equal 16 crop. Not too bad. Let's use a log we have a uniform supply of. Just a whole bunch of crop. If we don't use them now, we'll use them later. We've learned a valuable lesson today, and that lesson is that the crop manager only accepts things on crop sticks. It was a painful lesson, but we've learned it now. And we can go on to a lovely, optimistic future where we know that thing. Oh boy. Okay, plenty of fertilizer ready to be made. Probably like 5. Okay. Failure. Okay. All right. I see how it is. Wait a minute. Crop manager does more than manage crops. Okay, we can't de-weed, but we could enable hydration. I don't know if that'll sincerely improve water quality, but let's try it out. Okay, I guess we can only pump water in. What about that fertilizer stuff? Okay, calcite and ash. Calcium and ash and water. Interesting that it doesn't accept quicklime. But I can work with this. We collect a whole bunch of water. We collect some of our copious amounts of calcium we've gained. We collect the ash. We can make fertilizer. This is very much a floral trial by fire floral edition. You're not being. Put that quick lime in there. I'll be right back with the ash. Oh boy. Okay. We are now in the fertilizer business. And hopefully that means faster crops. I don't know how much faster. I don't really know the utility of fertilizer. To speed up the growth process a bit, you can use a fertilizer. You will note, however, that bone meal no longer works. A bit of ash, apatite, or calcite, mixed with some water in a chemical reactor, will give you the fertilizer you need. Apply by hand. Okay, so fertilizer is just bone meal, but crop variant. In theory, we don't need to use the crop manager to extract it then. Okay. So if we can use it like bone meal, let's use it like bone meal. Let's try it out. Also, I'm going to put a little roof over the farm here. This is just serving as a quick and easy method to protect against the future threat of rain. I know, wild world we live in where rain is a threat. But perhaps it's not that unusual if you think about it. Totally failing to do construction. There we go. Put that there. Excavate. Good. Back to fertilizer. Does it work? Oh. Put that up as well. Does it work? I think it did. It did. In that case, put it here. Oh, I think it's not. I think it's a modifier. What the heck am I doing? We're not going to be harvesting for a while. So we'll just trust that it's properly insulated. And just go from here. I've been cultivating the wrong plant. How embarrassing. At least it's growing fast enough. But we're gonna have to babysit this. Or alternatively, go back to the nether and get some more. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Clear out some of the grass out here as a weed defense measure. Accidentally found and ate an okra, and a soybean, and a tomato. A lot of stuff. No cactus. Didn't eat the cactus, I just found it. They're growing at a reasonable rate. How you doing? You're still full. There's a lot of growth stages, but at least they go through them fast. I guess they're just completely independent of the normal Minecraft farming system. Maybe they don't even use random chunks. Random, like the random thing in a chunk. Is it called the random chunks? Random ticks, I guess, is the better term for it. Okay, time to do something else to distract from the pain, but we are going to have to babysit it a bit. I would like to take a half stack of raw silicon that I've already made and turn it into ingots for nefarious purposes, such as more transistors in the future or maybe solar panels. To do that, we shall put them in here. They shall process. Already gone silent, huh? By me. Wait, I forgot we're currently... Wait! There's a little bit at the bottom. We might be able to hold strong. Maybe putting 32 in was a bad idea. Let's just start with 1. 2. That said, there's more benzene storage in the pipes than in the tank. Maybe we gotta make the tank bigger. I'm checking on the plants. They're going fast. So we don't have a lot of medium voltage machines unallocated remaining. The only one that might need allocating is the electrolyzer and the mixer and stuff, but they're mostly good. We could build another farm now. Maybe a plastic board chemical plant. Oh, that's raw silicon. Did I put raw silicon in? I did put raw silicon in. So what's it doing? Hot raw silicon. Okay, so that was the wrong silicon. Doesn't matter. Oh my goodness, it does matter. Why aren't you going? I see two coolant. I see two coolant. Chemical bath, medium voltage. That's this. Why aren't you going? Facing the wrong way? It was facing the wrong way. Now, I'd love to be here for the moment that works, but I need to fill this with more water. Get more fertilizer. Okay, quickly back here. As you can see, it works. The coolant has been placed in the fluid tank below it. Now, if I've done this correctly, it should convert to regular coolant just spontaneously at any moment. And then, once it does, the pump we installed should throw it back into here. Okay, waiting on it. Heat vent exists. Oh, there it goes. It emptied back into here. Excellent. So now the coolant will just cycle itself. It's back and forth. Now what the heck do I do with a raw silicon ingot? I'm supposed to turn this solar grade. It might... Oh, we can make niobium. Plasma. Yeah, this stuff is useless. I'm macerating this back into dust. With the fertilizer made and it being not as useful as I was hoping, we can re-extract the water and start processing some silicon. I think fluid auto output's correct. So this is the item things, and this will move the empty cells back over here. The perfect cycle. Yes, excellent. Good, good. Glad that's all working. And this also means we have ample reason to collect calcium if we want to mass produce fertilizer. Oh, No, 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 no. That is not at all what I wanted just now. I guess as a convenience feature, cells are smart enough to place the liquid on top of the other liquid when it's water. Even though it doesn't do that for creosote. How very convenient and also very terrifying. Alright. Stack cactus. Clear out the ashes ahead of time. The production is back online. We are going to need to make sure that happens. I've been waiting way too long. Where the heck is our glow shroom? One bad news about this is that they don't seem to have extra resources when you harvest them. It's always one. Oh, does fertilizer just never run out? Here, fertilizer. Now it should just fertilize them for me. Until I run out. Big storm. Wait, that introduces a new question. Can we crop manage barley? We might have to do a little test. Take one barley. Convert to seed. And do a test crop of it. This is not boding well for the sandwich factory, but maybe we try wheat seeds instead. Because it's vanilla. The crop manager should have anticipated. Okay. Excellent. So when we make the sandwich factory, we're going to have to swap from barley to wheat. If this induces some sort of dietary restriction, I apologize. I don't know much about allergies, so I don't know if that would happen or not. Unexpectedly a day about farming. I mean, I knew I wanted to make the glowstone farm, but I didn't know the farm part of it would be such a pain. What do we do with red granite cobblestone? Grindstone is available. Chisel it for aesthetics. We can make red granite dust, which has potassium feldspar in it. Aluminum. Okay. Those one of those things where if we have a million of it, we can convert it into materials we may care about. Might make a decent quarry tech. Well, regular stone. The rain stopped. Well, normal stone, I imagine, would turn into stone dust. Can we do anything with that? Clay compound. Lubricant to drilling fluid. Concrete, of course. Ooh, centrifuges it into quartzite, potassium feldspar, marble, biotite, metal mixture, and sodalite. Okay, so if we make infinity cobblestone, we can make infinity aluminum. That's a big deal. Though it does take 7 minutes. That's probably how they balance it. You want to get that infinite resource, you gotta wait. Let's see, we got 13 full. How about we do that? 21. And 6 of that and 6 of that. I'm going for a distributed spread of different bread sizes today. Because as much as the baguette is the one that we can pack the most protein into, which is to say none, we're doing vegetables. It is important that we have different varieties of food to cheat the diminishing return system. The dearth. Do we have a spare power generator of some kind? Low voltage. I could get a steam turbine. Slicer technology, when applied to foodstuffs, is 4 EU per tick, which is really not that much in the grand scheme of things. Let's make the slicer blade. We need a block extruder shape, which is blank cast, angle grinder, file, and wire cutter. Interesting. Well, I have those. Let's get the plate. How's the steel in here looking? We can make one more thing. I'm going to put in 8 steel for dedicated more mold or extruder shape making later. With this, head back here. Let's put the bones away as a resource. And the ash, in case we do want to make fertilizer. Bone meal. So, wire cutter file. This is indeed casting forms. Now it's just a matter of finding the correct one that I've ignored memorizing. Casting form block shape. Put that here. We get the mold. We pour the mold. The cast. We get extruder shape block. Now for the stainless steel part. We're gonna need 3 of you. 2 of you may be plates. 1 of you is going to have to change forms. That is going to be an unfortunate bit of... Whoa, you do not have a permit to be here. How'd you even get in? Are you from the basement? You're probably from the basement. Return to the basement. Eight. It is 8. Okay. Here you go. So with the 2... Wait, the slicer is like so. Hammer, screwdriver. Just have the file. File, plate, screw. The slicer blade. Slicer blade for cutting flat. And we shall indeed be cutting flat. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Ill-advised as heck, but I'm gonna do it. Right here at our kitchen. Place that down. Let's get our slicing machine. And at the very least, this will not be automatic, but it will let us save on a lot of individual effort, and we will no longer be burning through knives. In fact, we reconfigure this a little bit. Spare a hopper. Negative on sparing a hopper. Is this laziness? It is. Now when I put in a thing to slice, it'll automatically come out here. I want the other hopper now. Because now I can just stockpile. This is not full auto. This is not full auto, but it is semi-auto. I want to show you the power. Behold. The slicing assembly line. Now we can take whatever it is we wish to slice, and it will be sliced. For free. Let's prepare some burger. And tomatoes slice faster. Slice faster. Good. Oh, it's fantastic. It's not the full sandwich factory, but it is enhanced sandwich manual. And to a certain extent, that's really all we wanted. I think all we're missing now is a convenient way to automate these breads. Maybe add some logistics to the mix. We don't have time to cook the dough. So with that, combined with moving this over by one, combined with our convenient water supply here, just go boop, boop. No. Forgot? That only works with a bucket. So it must be a bucket. So we'll put a bucket in here for safety. I will probably make that mistake again. And to lower the consequences of me making that mistake again, I'm going to put the water in here, like that. There. Now, if I accidentally fluid cell the water in, it will not actually spill out everywhere, and instead just safely pool here. So I'd like it if I could see it better from this position. Oh well. Safety first. What's the recipe for repair? Rubber sheet, soft mount, assembly. I'm ignoring that. Sticky glue in a bucket. And that's refined glue, circuit setting 1. So if we get 4 buckets of refined glue. That was distillery, yes. Easy. Which one of these is my distillery? You. One-to-one conversion. For this, it must be a bucket. Get our buckets. Right, they don't stack. Oh, hey, it's acknowledging my success in that. I got the stuff we're absolutely not using right now. These should go, well, the machine chassis can go in the technology styles I'm not using right now, and the coils can go in our general tech blocks. Meanwhile, I'm going to need the rubber and the soft mallet. I have a spare soft mallet. I just need 4 swings. I could make a rubber soft mallet if I wanted. Get the sheet mold, please. And it's going to be 2 for each, so we need a total of 8. Okay, over here, clear this. Sticky bucket. Soft mallet. That. Is it soft mallet then bucket? Yes. So boots are done. Hazmat suit's done. Scuba helmet's done. Pants are done. Successful repair. I guess this is a utility as well for plant growing for food. Okay. The buns and breads are done. You now cook some dough and slice some more. I'm gonna slice these onions. Who needs technological advancement? I've got food advancement. Oh, right. Let's check on the glow shrooms. Looking pretty good in harvest. Oh, we got multiple. That one we got none? Huh. Ignoring that. Well, if each time it doubles, we'll be filled up in no time. Weird that that one didn't appear to exist. You got any stuff in you? No. Take you down for general storage potential. Contemplating. I want to have a supply of oxygen. Partially so I can finally get the dang advancements for having enough oxygen. Even though it doesn't really matter. But like, look at this. I could get that. I could easily get that. I know it's not needed, but makes me feel better about it. Sulfuric acid. We need to figure out a way to get sulfuric acid without struggling to acquire oil. Zinc sulfate dust. Okay, sulfuric acid is the goal. Sulfur trioxide, water. Maybe we should start from sulfur, which we have. Okay, we're there. Sulfur, hydrogen gas, is hydrogen sulfide. We want sulfuric acid, which is H2SO4. H2S, so hydrogen sulfide, if we could combine that with oxygen, we could get sulfuric acid. And this is easy. Sulfur, hydrogen, we just need to find the hydrogen. I'm contemplating methods. Alternatively, we could go oxygen first. That wouldn't be enough oxygen. Molten rubber is obviously adding rubber. Sodium sulfide, that's adding in material we are not involved with. Sulfuric acid, okay. Oxygen, water, sulfur. Chemical reactor setting 24. So that's direct. Okay. Oh, that's probably something we can't do in a regular chemical reactor because there's not enough input spots. But maybe there's an equivalent with, like, a cell. Scroll to the back. Potassium disulfate, sulfur dichloride, molten styrene butadiene, molten silicon rubber. Interesting. Fertilizer, 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 fertilizer. Sodium sulfide, molten rubber. Sulfur dioxide, hydrogen sulfide. Okay, as expected, there is no regular. So what's it take to... Okay, hold on. This... Maybe there's something here. We want chemically inert. This is solid steel machine casing with molten polytetrafluoroethyl. Okay. Maybe we can't do that. Just yet. So this might be a two-step process. Hydrogen sulfide. Let's try this first. SO4. The ratio is not perfect, but sulfur dioxide plus... This is just going backwards. Sulfur trioxide. This seems like it's a no-go. So, hydrogen sulfide. It's harder because hydrogen alone is harder to acquire, but we do what we must. So from hydrogen sulfide, we can get diluted sulfuric acid by simply adding water. That might be good enough. Hydrogen sulfide, oxygen, that's... Okay, so we can sort of, like, cross-contaminate. And then diluted, we can convert into sulfuric directly. Okay, so that means that we're going to need at least 3 machines. One is chemical reactor with hydrogen and sulfur to make hydrogen sulfide. Second chemical reactor is hydrogen sulfide plus water to make diluted sulfuric acid. Is there a way to do this without the cell? I guess not. I might make the logistics tough because... Well, no, it'll be hydrogen and sulfur and an empty cell makes hydrogen sulfide cell. Then we go here, we get the empty cell, bring it back, makes the cycle loop. So these two chemical reactors will be bouncing back and forth with each other. The empty cell will pipe back. We input water to the second one separately, and it just works. We get an output of diluted sulfuric acid, which we then distill into regular sulfuric acid. The sulfuric acid here will then go into a chemical reactor number 3, which will be waiting on copper foil and polyethylene sheets to make plastic circuit boards. Those plastic circuit boards will then go into... Okay. This is evolving into an entire plastic circuit board construction line. And you know what? I'm excited for it. This is probably going to be our next big project. So we're going to need a lot of chemical reactors. The iron 3 chloride is made from chlorine. It's made from hydrochloric acid and iron dust, which then makes the hydrogen cell, which then goes back to another chemical reactor and makes hydrochloric acid by an input of chlorine. The hydrogen is completely recycled. It's just a catalyst. Okay. Oh, we're about to do some complicated chemical processing for this. Which brings us to the question of where the heck are we going to get all this stuff? Well, chlorine's easy. We'll get it from sodalite. And we're not even upset about that because we want the byproduct of sodalite anyway. Let me just take a good look at that. Aluminum, silicon, sodium, chlorine. We want the aluminum for medium voltage tech. We want the silicon for bools and circuitry tech. We want the sodium for batteries and potential salt operations. And we want the chlorine for the iron 3 chloride. We're going to make an entire circuitry assembly line, huh? It won't be perfect. It won't be pure. We're just going to make the line to make the plastic boards because everything else is comparatively easy. So assuming we don't use any of the pre-existing infrastructure, which is to say, let this make solar grade, and let it be really good at its job. Oh. Oh! I see where I messed up. This wasn't set. Right, I unset it to do chemical process before. Okay, let's chart this out once and for all. I would love to have a visual medium for this, but I'm simply going to write it down while you acknowledge that I wrote it down. So, the final goal is plastic circuit board. That must be made in a chemical reactor. So, I wish I had a visual medium for this. Copper foil is just foil. We'll get the copper foil from somewhere. Plastic circuit board. Polyethylene sheet is easy. Copper foil is more copper foil. Sulfuric acid is the thing. So 1, 2, the correct recipe. This was the trioxide. It was the right distillery. So chemical reactor, distillery, chemical reactor. So 1, 2, distill, chemical reactor. That's 4 chemical reactors. So reactor, distillery, reactor. But then the other line is going to be the iron 3 chloride, which is going to be reactor. The iron 3 chloride is made out of the iron hydrochloric, and it's technically going to be like a side chemical reactor, just recycling this. But okay. All that together, we are going to need 6 chemical reactors, 1 distillery, and trace other things. Like maybe we make a bending machine that makes the copper into the copper foils. Who knows? Either way, this is going to be a large expenditure, but we now know that we are going to be making that expenditure. Chemical reactor. Frankly, not that tough. Bunch of glass, bunch of circuits, bunch of steel. Biggest thing is the tin rotor, and the fact that I think we're out of tin. May need to smelt some more cassiterite dust. Asbestos. Not a lot of cassiterite there. Sphalerite, cassiterite, sand. Not even like the same material. Should smelt the same though. Bread slice. I suppose it's just unavoidably true we're running out of tin. Well, let's process what little we have. Quest completed, Mika ore. I wasn't expecting to get a quest completion just then. All right. There it is. I guess we were just missing the cassiterite. And then we get mica-based pulp. I'll take it. I'll happily take it. The mica-based pulp in there. We are going to be well prepared for mica shenanigans later. Some other rewards while we're here. As I understand it, you can combine 3 loot bags of a particular tier into a higher tier. Free cells. Lever. That should be enough to engineer a high voltage tier 3 loot bag. Now, is it just putting them together, or... No, of course not. You need a voltage assembler to do this. How about this? High voltage. Okay, so I can't do that at all, actually. Cool. Ordo lens is just another glass lens. It doesn't need to be diamond. So I'll take the loot bag. Here, these are actually tempting. Kinda. Give me some free stainless steel and free electrum. Appreciated. Well, my diabolical scheme has come to fruition. Before we actually open it, let's check the glow shrooms. There we are. Nothing. Nothing. One thing. Two thing. Four thing. 5. 7. Okay, so I don't like this new meta where I don't always get a plant. Well, it's still at least on average doubling, pretty much. I guess I'll accept it. Okay. Back to the loot bags. We got 2 high voltage. Let's see what we get in 3, 2, 1. We got 9 egg and 4 advanced circuit board, which is made out of epoxy, electrum foil, and iron 3 chloride, and is used to make nano processors. Or, yeah, nano processor. Or, nano processor assembly. Okay, so it's used for stuff. I guess this represents the level of circuit board above the one we're at currently, which is why it's giving it to us now. Well, I guess I'll put my eggs in a basket, and the advanced circuit boards can go into the clean room. If it's a thing we got in high voltage, maybe it speaks of it elsewhere. Nope, still plastic. Advanced Circuit Assembler 2 for IV circuits. It's weird how we're going to EV circuits and then IV circuits still in Tier 3. Requires Ender Eyes. Oh wow, we're hitting like regular Minecraft endgame soon. Polystyrene, silicon rubber. We heard of that. And the NASA thing is still locked behind the workbench, which is locked behind, I think it was the high voltage assembly machine. And also possibly the EV circuits. Very interesting. Back to our current objective, which is making 6 chemical reactors. We are going to need 12 of these. Let's also start working on the glass. Part of me thought I already took the motor. No matter. Okay, second loot bag at Tier 3. In 3, 2, 1. Alright, I think we got a little unlucky there. We just got 8 bowls. It's just 6. Yeah, it's just 6. Need more tin cable. Right. The tin was what we were waiting on. Let's process some tin. The tin here should be done. Rust cassiterite, mica, kyanite, asbestos, none of that. We've lost our automation. Because I stole the hoppers. Let's say we need 2 each, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A simple attempt at over-delivering. An idea. What if I put the dough in first? We're going to need 6 tin rotors. That's going to be approximately 30 tin. Albeit slightly less. We will have enough tin, but I don't think we've smelted enough tin. And again, why smelt it? Why smelt it indeed? The only thing we have to smelt is the cassiterite dust, because that's what makes it legally tin. Outside of that, we have some tin natively as tin. Not anymore. We ran out. You're empty. You're empty. There is no more tin but what we can spin. That will be enough. So in principle, we have 15 tin. We will fluid extract all of it, turn it into rotors. That will give us 3 rotors right now. This would make us 4. Double the speed. We're going to start with this. We have any molten tin remaining? We do. This could cover the difference. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will be enough. 6. Excellent. Oh. Almost fluid solidified my plunger. Not what you want to do with a plunger. Now the glass, which I said I would start doing, but then didn't, because I was distracted by the glow shrooms. Another fluid solidification step. This one, however, we can leave automated. Let it ride. Back to the glow shrooms. Good. 1, nothing, 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 nothing. Again, it's mostly doubled. Great. I figure it doubles maybe 1 or 2 more times. Probably 2. Then we'll be full. Back to the chemical reactors. Missing the glass, but the glass is on its way. This is the glass being on its way. The tin simply needs to be coated, and then it'll be done. As for the hulls, I need a lot of those. And that's going to require even more tin. Let's take the rest of this tin and make more cable. Wrong machine. Water can be piped over from here. That's fine. Doesn't need much water per capita. Complete. Totem. Meanwhile, let's prepare a sandwich or two. See here. Start with the sliced buns. So these take 1 of each. I'm pretty sure that 16 is still a stack for all of these. I won't overstay my welcome. Now for the sliced bread, we can make 16, so that's 2 of each. Except for the onion, which is still always just 1. Boom. And then finally we can make another collection of large veggie sandwiches with our big old pile here. Tactically making it be exactly 16. Just for standardization purposes, we'll keep them all in their sliced halve forms instead of the doubling up. And just like that, we've invented lunch. Pretty full collection, I might add. Look at that. Beautiful. I think we finally have a good handle on our food situation. Let's extract some more. Tomatoes are already empty. Nope, some in the back. We'll take all of these. We'll slice all of even more. The onions can stay unharvested for the most part. After all, we don't go through the onions as fast. They're a lighter seasoning, but I'll still take a few. Take them to the slicer machine and slice them up. The big thing we were out of, though, is tomato. Oh, there's all the long wood stick for making the crops. We could wait for that to be done, or we can just spend some durability on our cobalt wrench. Boom. And you may be wondering why I'm making 7 when I said we only needed 6 chemical reactors. That's because I'm saving one for later to make the distillery. Attentive as I am to our future needs. There, we don't need a circuit setting for any of these. Put those in. Put those tin. And distillery's gonna need a casing anyway. Alright, let's go. To the chemical. The glass is done. 6 chemical reactors. This is gonna be a wild machine. I think we should put this machine in the gap between the clean room and the pyrolysis oven. Right here. Because it would only ever be used as part of this. In fact, we could use this item pipe to bring in the plastic as we build it. I prefer to have a stopping condition, perhaps. Maybe the stopping condition is just running out of resource. That could be an argument for putting it on this side. The distance doesn't really matter. As long as we can supply it. Maybe put it this way. This is really starting to feel like a factory. So let's start plotting this out. The ultimate output, let's say here, is the plastic circuit boards. The only inputs it needs from that is iron 3 chloride, copper foil, and plastic circuit boards. So that's sort of 3 separate objects. Forgot my wrench in the workstation. I'm getting negligent on my torch placement. No wonder there's a random zombie that showed up. Take that back. I'm going to try and do this in inputs. Let's assume, for convenience, all power will come from below. The ultimate product... Might be a little too close. Ultimate product is plastic. Inputs for this will be plastic circuit board, iron 3 chloride, copper foil. The iron 3 chloride is its separate branch, let's say here, where iron is input here. Hydrochloric acid comes from this and makes the iron 3 chloride. So forward that in. This just goes across the line. This one's going to need an input of chlorine. This one's going to need an input of iron. This one's going to need an input of copper foil. Then we have the plastic circuit boards, which is here, and its only input is the sulfuric acid. So this would be the location of the distillery. I don't have a distillery right now, so it shall be played by this dirt block. And this is the source of the diluted sulfuric, which is the hydrogen sulfide and water. So this needs water. This needs hydrogen and sulfur. All right. I've put a bunch of stuff together in a line, but it makes sense to me. What's the distillery then? It's a pump, 2 circuits, 2 glass, the basics. Maybe I could just use this one. That was a pain to get. Another check on the glow shrooms. Nice. Well, we got 14 last time, so this is another doubling. Finally burned through my supply of crop. Good. One more doubling, and I think we'll be just about exactly full. Maybe a few bits and pieces left. But then if we do another doubling cycle after that, before activating the farm, then we'll be able to put some glow shrooms in reserve, just in case we need them somewhere else. Trying to think of what to do now. We could flesh out the actual distillery machine, which is a little intimidating, but we could do it. Probably good to do. Probably the responsible thing to do. After all, if we're going to be doing this to any reasonable degree, we're going to need a lot of pumps and pipes to connect it all. We don't got any. So let's say 8 pumps. Get the tin for that. That's going to be like 40 tin. Smelt that. Smelt that. So we're making 8. Let's make the 16 here. Other things we're going to need is the bronze fluid pipe. I think I stole most of them to do this. Did I put them back? No, I just have 3. I'll make more. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We may need to make more. Oh, almost got me. Okay, 3 more ingredients to go. And most of it's tin. In fact, maybe all of it's tin. That might be enough. Looking for 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just short. 8. And then we're going to need an amount of screws as well. But 30 liters of tin is not enough. I'm pretty sure 1 ingot is enough. Oh, that's weird. Oh, no, it's because I had extra in there. Well, I guess I'll put that there. And I'll plunger the rest. Screws, rotors. It should just be the cable now. Which I think the rest of it's in here. Good. We're finally at a level where bulk processing is easy and practical. I appreciate it. Okay, need the circuits. Did I bring any circuits? No. Too far. New circuit. Remaining is the hull, which I have. Another bronze fluid pipe from my collection of 3 bronze. Yeah, I'm gonna need more bronze. I remember to put bronze on the shopping list. By shopping list, I mean the smelting list. Finally, the 2 glass. That is nowhere near correct. Unfortunately, we do not have a backlog supply of glass. But since this is the final step of the recipe, how about we dedicate it to just getting a whole bunch of glass for future purposes? And block it. Wait, why am I still doing this? I was stealing my distillery from myself. I guess it wouldn't hurt to replace it again. Okay, so at the very least, this part of the machine is easy. Just fluid auto output. We want sulfuric acid from diluted sulfuric acid. That's circuit setting 1. Sulfuric acid will go into here with foil and polyethylene sheet and make plastic circuit board. That's also easy. That's just item auto output. This is the finale. So nothing needs to happen. These parts at the wings that are complicated. So here is the diluted sulfuric acid created by hydrogen sulfide cell and water, which will create diluted sulfuric acid in an empty cell. We need to get the heck out of there. At the very least, the fluid auto output is simple. It goes that way. We are going to need to output the items. And that'll probably do the same item transport trick we have here with the translocator. Or we can use a conveyor belt with some tin item pipe. Only need 2. So, boom, boom, boom. So the diluted sulfuric acid will output the H2SO4 to the left and the empty cells up. That will then go over to here, where it is making the hydrogen sulfide. There's an input of hydrogen and sulfur, and simply outputs... No, chemical reactor. Sulfur, hydrogen gas, empty cell, hydrogen sulfide cell. So the only thing that matters is the item output here. Hold on, I gotta fight a spider probably. Hello? Ghost spider? Or are you like a spider upstairs? Oh, there it is. Looks to be a special spider, the kind that survives temporarily. Might need to hollow out the base and light up the caves where these ghost spiders are phasing into reality from. Okay, so that's the logistics of everything on the sulfuric acid side. Just get the right inputs and we're good. It's this side that's a little more annoying. Your plastic circuit board. Your item auto output goes left, as it is. Here is the finale. Then your plastic board. You're this, which means the left side is the iron 3 chloride side. Okay. So again, plastic board, circuit, iron 3 sulfide. This is where we make the iron 3 sulfide. The iron 3 sulfide will be made from the iron and the hydrochloric. This is going to be a repeat then. We have the iron 3 chloride going out this way via item auto output. Is that right? No, by fluid auto output view. And then we're going to do another conveyor belt bouncing around the rest of the stuff back forward. Okay, we just need the plates for the rubber. The rubber plate. No, okay, circuit condition, there's no circuit condition for that. And then finally, hydrochloric acid is simply hydrogen and chlorine. Interestingly enough, hydrogen is required on both ends of this. In principle, they'd come from the same source. But on the other side, it's consumed, and on this side it is. I think we go for hydrogen in cell form. Because when the iron 3 chloride is done... Yes. So hydrogen in cell form, circuit setting 1. This doesn't have a circuit setting associated with it. These aren't circuits. These aren't circuits. That's a distillery circuit, which I've already set. That's not a circuit condition. And that's not a circuit condition. Okay. So now it's just a matter of powering this and giving it the right inputs in the right locations. So what is the power draw of this thing? Naturally, you're seeing 7 low voltage machines and thinking, oh, well, surely we need at least like 2 amps of medium voltage distributed across. But that might not be true. After all, not every low voltage recipe is entirely 32 volts. Maybe they don't need all the volts. So we're gonna have to check those. This definitely needs the volts. So that's 1 amp. One and a third amp. 2 and a third amp. 3 and a third amp. Let's call that 3 2/3 amp. Four 2/3 amp. Alright, I'm gonna call that 5 amps. We need 5 amps of low voltage here. Given that, and that I don't want this to be too complicated, the distillery needs it. It's storming. Like, it's lightning storming. I'm a little worried about the machines that are some percent outside. So I'm going to do that. Should protect the EBF. And the rest of the machines are steam. I think they're a little more robust. That said, maybe I can sleep and just end the storm. Okay. That solves it. I'm gonna say I need... Let's... 3 chlorides full. I think I'm just gonna split it 1 medium voltage and 1 medium voltage. Which means that technically speaking I need a second gas generator, but I'm just gonna steal it. Because I'm lazy and a cheapskate. I don't need all 4 gas generators here. I'm hardly ever going to be using more than 1 machine. So I'm going to steal this one. The plan for power distribution, therefore, is to use a low voltage transformer. One volt of MV in or out, and I'm just going to put it in the absolute middle. So right here, that's going to go 1, 2. Which side should have the 4 and which side have the 3? The iron 3 chloride is full amp, but you're not. The plastic board creation is full amp, so this is like 2.5. This is only 10. There we go, 1 here. One here. Uric acid distillation requires the full. You're the distillery. You are the ore production. You're 10. Sulfide is 8. So I'm going to do it like this. 2 amp tin going to these two. The transformer will be here and here. 2 amp tin going to these two. And then 1 amp tin going from either one of these. It doesn't really matter. So let's make those transformers then. I'm going to need 16 steel and I only have 8 and we're kind of low on steel. Steel, please. And to confirm, transformers, just a bunch of cable. More cable than I got, but cable nonetheless. I'm also going to need the 2 amp tin. Unless I have spare 2 amp tin from the earlier days of... I have 1 2 amp tin, and I have a 4 amp tin. I guess I'll take the 2 amp to recycle. But I will need 3 more. Oh, we're making We've made slash are making multiple production lines today. The glowstone farm is about to activate. We made the fluid solidifier sector, and now we're making the big old plastic board production. $28 to $46. That's a little less than doubling. Oh, wait, more. 49. It's still $50. Still a bit less than double. I still choose to be satisfied, though. Almost there. All we need is 14 more, and we'll be clear. Which means the next harvest will be the last before operation begins. And then we will have redstone and gold. As I build this great plastic board production line, I'm honestly very surprised at how easy it's felt to do. This is a 7-machine process with automatic production and power demands, and yet I built it in like an hour. Forgot the transformers. That's an entire step of the process. If I start bending, I have 8 in here. So hopefully this. Is our replacement distillery. I don't know what we'll do with this distillery. I don't really remember what we chose to distill previously. We could make distilled water. We could... I don't know. Distilled water. Lubricant from creosote, of course. It's also just convenient to have a intermittent distillation process. Ah yes, vending machines 8 are now ready. Now this one I don't remember. Is this a machine hull? Yes. Transformer is copper cable and 410. That's the amperes. I forgot to make the second one. Great. I do think it's very convenient to generate power in higher voltage and then to transform it down. It's already the correct direction. They're also in step down mode, which is correct. cable these up. Two and here. And then it really doesn't matter. I'll take it from this one. There's a funny joke where I take it from both, but I'm not doing that. Now, if I still have some plastic pipe sitting around, I can combine them at this unified junction here. Let's say this is the point of no return. Oop. Oop. Up, up, up. And boom. Should all be getting power. Oh, I've made a critical mistake. This is not the benzene line. That's the water line. Benzene line's way over there. A new plan for that then is I will bring it in from an extension off of this pipe going this way, I suppose. But for that, I will need more polyethylene. Let's just take a large cell's worth, put it in the fluid solidifier on the pipe setting. Good. And if I'm doing that here, I may as well take this supply out of here and move it over. There may be need to expand the plastic production because there's some things we could automate, like taking some of the polyethylene from the pyrolysis oven, bringing it over and just solidifying it into polyethylene plates on site. There's options. There's no pretty way to do this. I'll certainly try. Now that I'm looking at what I'm trying to do, I think this is actually a great way to do it. Okay, past that, move down. Down again, connect you, go across. Power. And then I think we're safe to black box that a little bit. After all, if we're doing logistics, it would probably be above. Nice little bit of black boxing. I guess that'll work. Factory is feeling stronger than ever. Now, the one thing we're missing in this whole assembly over here is the literal materials. We have to prime the hydrogen catalysts, and we also just have to supply everything at once. I'm also going to have to do a really good job remembering what goes where, or else we're going to have problems. I'm sure we'll make it through. I think it's time. Final glowstone. Yes. I technically don't even need to attempt to harvest all of it. And maybe it's for the best that I don't. Because I want to keep some of it available for the first test run. I will take some extra with me, simply to ensure that we have a supply in reserve in case we accidentally make the species go extinct somehow. I think 8's fine for that purpose. This is our deep well. Now to activate the machine and see if it works once and for real. All it's going to take to do that is... Let's sneak my way over to where the farming is. And turn that on. It's working. Now the conveyor is one stack every 20 seconds, so we should expect 20 seconds to elapse, and then a full stack goes in here. Now I'm curious, therefore, what will happen after 15 times 64 seconds. Which is to say about, I don't know, 15 minutes. How much crop will be in the crop manager? Will the extractor still be full? Benzene supply, mostly stuck in the pipes, is restoring in this tank. It seems like the crops grow at a steady rate, and if that's the case, maybe we can measure out how long it takes. Because if it takes less than 10 to 15 minutes, we know this won't be the bottleneck. Which means we will be producing gold and redstone at a nominal rate of 1 per 50 seconds. But there's an easier way to check, and that's just in 5 to 10 to 15 minutes. How full is the extractor? If the extractor stays full perpetually, we're in business. But also, that's on average. The question is if the extractor will become empty before it is filled up once again by the crop manager managing the crops. And given that it gave about a stack, and the crops upstairs were about at 30-ish% harvested, I think the odds are favorable. That said, the real bottleneck maker is going to be the centrifuge. Makes 2 glowstone every 30 seconds, but this can only process them every 50. In this still moment, where I don't have any obligations or missions or objectives, I'm very satisfied with what's going on. I'm real satisfied with the simplicity and elegance of this, and just how easy it was to make. It'll probably feel a lot more complicated once I start putting in the inputs for everything. But for now, it's simple and elegant. No inputs are needed there. This requires the... This requires water. I could input the water now. After all, I accidentally inputted the water already. I'll be absolutely certain this is what I want to do. We want sulfuric acid. Distillery is diluted sulfuric acid. This is going to be given to us in hydrogen sulfide cell form and water in fluid form. So this is correct. All right, that's one logistic input complete. There's a question. Where are we getting the hydrogen? What's the best way for hydrogen? There's a quest in low voltage about hydrogen. Centrifuge some brown or yellow limonite dust, use an electrolyzer with water to get some hydrogen. There are many other ways to obtain hydrogen, which you might want to look into, some are only available much later. Chemical processing or electrolysis of methane obtained from organic sources. Electrolysis of water or salt water, mixing sodium with water, or eventually siphoning hydrogen directly from a gas giant. I have a proposal. What if we get our hydrogen from electrolyzing water? I've wanted a hydrogen and oxygen supply. This could be just our very basic baby oxygen source, but mostly as like a byproduct. Once the hydrogen's full and the machine isn't running, it'll back up and stop, and that's fine as like a support source. We can avoid the oxygen if needed, but I doubt it'll be necessary. So this means we will want an electrolyzer added to the list of things. And we want an electrolyzer that can electrolyze water. So let's check the water recipes. Actually, let's just check the hydrogen recipes in an electrolyzer. Complicated. Where's water? Electrolyzed water cell is water cell in electrolyzer form. That's just like a weird intermediate step to make it make sense. Salt water. It seems like salt water might make it go faster, but have more steps. Water. Water circuit setting 3 would give us hydrogen cells, but we want hydrogen gas, and then we might need to make like a decanning solution. The problem here is that's going to be one item output and one fluid output no matter what we do. No benefit to using distilled, it seems. Ammonia. Chloric. Ethylene. What if we took some of the ethylene from the ethylene producer and just electrolyzed it into hydrogen and carbon? Prefer one that gives it us in gas form, but no such luck. Something like that might require a chemical reactor instead. Centrifuge yellow limonite. Use brown limonite. If you want to just have a hydrogen supply for a little bit, that might be good enough. Should have limonite. Don't know where, but I should have it. Not there, apparently. There's some. Maybe the new centrifuging? No. Never mind. I probably converted it all into iron. That... Oh, it's this! Oh. Never mind. So the recipe on that in a centrifuge is that. Electrolyzation is unavailable. Chemical processing is just brown dye. Doesn't help. So, centrifuge. Centrifuge, and you get free hydrogen if you bring your own cells to hold the oxygen. Deal. 4-to-1 ratio. This will give me 16 hydrogen and 32 oxygen. Do I have a... No, I don't. That was the problem. I don't have a centrifuge for this. The only centrifuge I use is the steam one. And that one doesn't... Actually, it does. Will this work? It's working. Okay. Okay, barring the logistical nightmare that this is involving, this is actually great. Huh. And then I could just do it some more. It's oxygen! Right there! I'm gonna need more cells, but they're made out of tin. But also, I'm just producing what I wanted. This is splendid! Have our hydrogen, we'll have our oxygen. And we get free iron! Limonite's great. Time to eat from the lunchbox. Look at all these things we can eat. Very good. Oh, we may want to stop the process. I was too late to stop the process. I'm a little worried about there being too much hydrogen gas. Actually, no, this is perfect. 16 comes from a single stack. That does work. Just like that, half stack of oxygen as well. Splendid. So I'll take that back, bring this over to the station. And I can even take one of my pumps as a method of inserting the hydrogen into the machine. Just like a preparatory step. I can confirm this is how we would get it to the machine, right? Yeah. Hydrogen inside gets sulfur. So, there. I guess just every once in a while we can do some limonite thing. In theory now, we put in some empty cells and some sulfur and we will get the hydrogen sulfide. And because we already have water here, this should also just create the H2SO4. Let's try it. And because the distillery is just a distillery, this will make sulfuric acid. And then it goes here. And then it goes back. I guess logistics only happens once every 60 seconds, 20 seconds. That's a bit suboptimal. Still, though. And then here it is, making the diluted. It's going in here. We have sulfuric acid. I'm going to take the sulfuric acid we already have and just dump it in there now. Because this is where we'd want it to end up anyway. Gives me 8 more cells. So the sulfuric acid is ready to make the plastic boards. It just needs the polyethylene sheets and carbon foil. We can do the whole process now. Okay, I'm gonna do it's a multiple of 3 because it's 3 chloride. So hydrochloride is, I'm trying to remember exactly the process. Iron 3 chloride is iron hydrochloric. So the hydrogen would come back and we would input chlorine here. Now we need a little bit of hydrogen. Some more. Oh, nope. Do we have any spare hydrogen? We have 2 spare hydrogen cells. I'm going to use these as our that. And then I never set the fluid output up here, so we do that. We did set that one up, so that should be good. And now it's just a matter of getting... We need at least 1 more hydrogen. So I'm going to do 1 more of this. And it took it all. Because it is multiples of 3. There's our third. Take the oxygen with us. We really need an oxygen tank now. Like a big one. And then this cell will go in here, make the third and final HCl. Then we put in... Something's wrong here. Item auto output as well. There we go. Then we put in iron dust. Let's get some iron dust. Actually, only the 1 for right now. In the circumstances. It is just the 1, right? Yes. Well, this is doing that. Do I have copper on hand? Only annealed. Let's get a bit of copper so that we can make copper foil. Let's take all of it. We're going to go through 1 manually supplied processing loop. Which also means that these... I thought those were polyethylene for a second. Boop, boop, boop. Bing. Get some... Oh, I have it with me. Not ideal. It's absolutely no waste to just make a lot of these. Foil is bending machine circuit setting 10. Over here. Put the iron in. That's a craft. Fluid output will go to the right. There, we'll put the empty back in here. Well, no, it won't be empty. It'll be hydrogen. And then it'll make the HCl, which will then pump back into here. This is the exact same technology we've been using for our that. But now that I look at this, I think this system would be faster if we used the item translocator. Obvious statement, perhaps. I don't know how critical a thing it is that it is faster. The HCl ready to go. There's the iron 3 chloride. I brought some polyethylene sheets, and I'm going to split the copper foil between them. I'll just bring some more. Put the plate mold back. Okay, polyethylene sheets go in there. Here's half the copper foil. Here's the rest of the copper foil. And out here should be our plastic boards. Nope, I am mistaken. The polyethylene sheets go here, then this is where our product is. And I'm going to represent that fact by this being item output up. So this will make the plastic boards, and this will make the plastic circuit board. In principle, I could put a chest right there. Do I have a spare chest? I do. I should. There should be one in a box. I remember seeing it. A barrel also works, but is overkill. Maybe it was in here? I don't remember where it was, and I'm mildly distraught by that. Darn it. Well, it's not like I can't make my own. I was just hoping to make one fast enough that I could see the results of my labor beforehand. All it takes is 3 logs, inefficiently cut, then placed in here. You wait 5 seconds, and it is done. Huh? Where'd my boiler go? Okay, thinking this through, the only logical explanation would be that it ran out of water? It seems absurd to imagine. Though I'm looking at these pipes and they don't look all that full. These are... they're full up to this point, but empty up to here. Maybe over the course of all that time, it slowly drained the water priority this way until eventually these tanks just dried up. I'm more stunned than any other emotion right now. I mean, yeah, I lost the boilers, but the boilers weren't doing much anymore anyway, and I wanted to upgrade to like a super boiler. But this is a very curious failure state. Maybe we should shut off the steam. You're empty. Why are you empty? Is it a throughput problem? I know the solution to that one. You were full, but you were empty. And even still in the circumstances, you were still full, you were still empty over time. I think we just had a critical water throughput error. And I think that's caused by the pipes being too small for how much water we're using. Not to mention the fact that I've been stealing water for my own diabolical schemes this whole time. I hope that's enough now. You're still empty. You're still full. What if we... Oh. Up, down. How about we double up the throughput? Just like double pipe it. That should do you some good. Unless it doesn't work like this. You can't pipe water in like that. You can't pipe it into the thing. You can only pipe it out. Which means this entire siding is useless. And it means that these have been... Okay, I understand now completely what happened. These 4 steam boilers have been operating purely on one water tank siding this whole time. They're not built for that. They need at least 2. Explains everything. It also means... No, you can only input on the top. Is that the lesson? Because you can input to a siding. There we go. And then from this... Bonk, bonk, bonk. Wrench. Okay, now you're getting plenty of water. The rest of the water can go this way. Okay. Mystery solved. Need more pipe. I guess I got the tiny water ones. Here, use it as like a fluid resistor. And here I was celebrating my recent success. And what happens? The thing blows up. Unbelievable. We may be reaching a point where we retire the steam machines. The parallels are phenomenal. But fueling them is becoming increasingly a pain. Especially as the rest of the factory sort of evolves beyond the designated fuel source. Wow, okay. I don't even remember what I was doing. How's this going? Put in the foil. What's the foil even do? I know you can put foils on top of machines and plates on top of... I was making this chest, so I could do this before proceeding. Is there like some sort of practical benefit to doing that though? I don't know. Here we go. Take a while to craft. There it is. Plastic circuit boards available now. So all we need now is the inputs and logistics for putting in the inputs good. A concern for some... Okay, chlorine input is... That is correct. Chlorine input is fine because it's a fluid. You just pipe it in, make a tank over here or something, just pipe it in. Iron input here, I worry about because it might try to insert the iron into both slots if the empty cells aren't there. I think the solution to that is the robot arm, because it grabs from and inserts into specific slots. So if we do that, we should be able to specify where the iron goes. And if we do that, the same can be done for the copper foil in both of these slots, as well as the polyethylene. So we may need some robotic arms in our future. Let's hope we got the steel for it. We're kind of running out. A lot of production today. Kind of cut our supplies short. Fortunately, we have more. Quite a lot more. In various different physical forms. Now, with only half the number of steam turbines, things might become difficult. There are some nuances. First off, it might be time to combine these four into the Quadro Creosote super machine. Creosote across the factory is sort of running dry. Other possibility is we pipe in the logs from over there into this barrel directly. A lot of considerations. For now, I'm just going to take what I have, proceed with the rest of the factory. I guess we're going to need to do a steam evaluation eventually. Still, though, aside from one general hiccup, this is the hiccup. Great success today. Let's check our glowstone farm. Beautiful. And the extractor is full. The farm has over a step. Okay, we are definitely not bottlenecked by the farm. We're bottlenecked by the everything else. Which means that plans to expand that farm would probably involve doubling, splitting the output into 2 different pairs of extractor centrifuges. But that's kind of energy intensive. So instead, I think we're just going to let it idle, build up gold and redstone. That redstone doubles as chrome. It also doubles as redstone. But in principle, I made it as a gold farm. Food economy looking good as well, especially with our new system here. The cost of slicing isn't that much. We may need to reconfigure Steam soon. But that's okay. This is not the first time I've accidentally blown up a steam boiler this season. And who knows, it might not even be the last. Here's to more explosions. They're a sign of something done. They're a sign of effort. They're a sign that you tried to do something, and you really did. I'm Exception. This is InTV. Have a good day, and good night.